Hi, how are you? Hi, how are you?
Pá. Pá. Pá.
Hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? Hi, how are you?
Pá.
No, this is a crayon.
What's your emergency?
Yeah, how much money do you have? 69 cents. You know what that means?
I don't have enough money for chicken nugget.
Nice. Nice.
No, this is a crayon.
Quiet hype train.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Sleepy Dink stream. Hello.
Nice.
Hello. I set up a little bed for you guys. I hope that's okay. Because this is sleep aid mystery. This is gonna be a sleep aid. So I wanted to stream late, so then I could help you guys go to sleep if you're having trouble sleeping. But I set up a little bed for you guys. And I turned on my lights. And I got my little book here. And my glasses so I can read. I have my mic gain up, so I'm gonna try and be pretty quiet. But I thought I'd help you guys sleep. Because it's Sunday and tomorrow's Monday, and you guys have a big week ahead of you. At least I do. So I thought I'd read you guys some stories to help you go to sleep. I'm doing good, Nodo. I've turned off most of the channel points and redeems and stuff for this stream, just because it's going to be sleepy vibes. But you can always do more next time. And I think I turned off alerts on this screen, or at least shit, I should probably do that. I at least quieted them down. So I have to go, but I'll leave my computer on for alert. Okay, thank you, Cup. Oh, it's already Monday. Well, hopefully this will help you go to sleep on your Monday. Yes. Yeah, we're just gonna turn those off for this stream. Okay, so that should be off. Okay, but hi everybody. I saw everybody come in. Hi Mystery, hi Sporkle, good night Cup, hi Squabbit, hi Nodo, Oliver, I saw. Hello everybody. Hi people, good night Cup, yes. Okay, so the first story we're gonna be telling tonight is a fan favorite. It's called Go the Fuck to Sleep. We're gonna be reading Go the Fuck to Sleep, but first, actually, let me chill this lo-fi just a little bit, so it's mostly rain sounds. Thank you. Okay. Oh, also I'm experimenting with streaming at a higher quality, so hopefully you guys like the high quality Dinkus. Bruh, what's up? Okay. I'm gonna read the first story. The cats nestle close to their kittens now. The lambs have laid down with the sheep. You're cozy and warm in your bed, my dear. Please, go the fuck to sleep. The windows are dark in the town, child. The whales huddle down in the deep. I'll read you one very last book if you swear you'll go the fuck to sleep. The eagles who soar through the sky are at rest, and the creatures who crawl, run, and creep. I know you're not thirsty. That's bullshit. Stop lying. Lie down, and my darling, and sleep. The wind whispers soft through the grass, hun. The field mice, they make not a peep. It's been 38 minutes already. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Go to sleep. All the kids from the daycare are in dreamland. The froggy has made his last leap. Hell no, you can't go to the bathroom. You know where you can go? The fuck to sleep. The owls fly forth from the treetops. Through the air, they soar and sweep. A hot crimson rage fills my heart, love. For real, shut the fuck up and sleep. The cubs and the lions are snoring, wrapped in a big snuggly heap. How is it that you can go through all this great shit, but you can't lie the fuck down and sleep? The tiger reclines in the shimmering jungle. The sparrow has silenced her cheep. Fuck your stuffed bear, I'm not getting you shit. Close your eyes, cut the crap, sleep. The flowers doze low in the meadows, and high on the mountains, so sleep. My life is a failure, I'm a shitty-ass parent. Stop fucking with me, please, and sleep. The giant pangolins of Madagascar are snoozing as I lie here and openly weep. Sure, fine, whatever. I'll bring you some milk. Who the fuck cares? You're not gonna sleep. This room is all I remember. The furniture is crappy and cheap. You win. You escape. You run down the hall as I nod the fuck off and sleep. Bleary and dazed, I awaken to find your eyes shut, so I keep my fingers crossed tight as I tiptoe away and pray that you're fucking asleep. We're finally watching our movie. The popcorn's in the microwave. Beep. Oh shit. God damn it. You gotta be kidding. Come on, go the fuck back to sleep. And that was our first story. So in between each story, I'm not gonna, or while I'm reading each story, I'm not gonna really read chat. But you guys are welcome to keep chatting. But afterwards I will, I'll go through and I'll read everything. Well, you're watching Hollow Knight stuff. Hi, Delando. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. But yes, I hope you guys get some water. I mostly did that one for the memes. But I hope you guys get some water, are lying down or at least in a nice chill room somewhere, and are joining me for a little sleep. Let me just make sure you guys can hear. Can you guys hear the background okay? Dink, why do you not go the fuck to sleep though? Because I have to stream fine. No, I normally don't go to bed until really late. I'm a gremlin, and I know you guys are gremlins too, but it's Monday tomorrow and you guys need sleep, so I thought I'd help if I could. But yeah, can you hear the background okay? Is it too loud? It's family day though. But tonight's my Friday. Background's good? Okay, wonderful, wonderful. I'm still at my office as at home. Still kind of chill though? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, even if you're not going to sleep, I hope that this can still be like a nice chill place for you to go, you know? And like relax from your day. You're in bed? Lovely. Lovely. Ooh, an origami stream. You should. I'm not going to be streaming for too long. I'm going to try not to have this be like a super long stream. I only have so many stories. But I'll do a bit. I'll do a bit. Okay. But I'm going to start on the first actual story. The first one was mostly memes, but now I'm going to start on the first story. Hi, Norlin. How's it going? Welcome on into our Sleepy Dink storytelling stream. It's President's Day tomorrow. I'm going to tell my boss I want to celebrate it. Do it. I say do it. Okay. Are we ready for the next story? I've actually read this one to someone before. They liked it. It's about a kid who has anxiety, having trouble talking to people. At the end it gets a little... maybe do I want to read this one? At the ending it gets a little... with the parents, but I'll read it. It's okay. Okay. We're gonna start. I'm no longer gonna read chat until I finish the story, okay? But yes, just relax. You can chat if you want, but I'm not going to be reading it until after I'm done. I think that's it. Okay, I'm going to read now. Jesus Christ. Casey's eyes were glued on the ferocious animal in front of her, heart beating wildly as she lay frozen in the tall, dry grass. From between the blades, she watched the beautiful leopard placidly groom itself in the sun rays. Casey wished she was close enough to feel the deep-throated purring, but didn't dare move. "Look, Momo," she whispered to her friend laying next to her. After a pause, she huffed. Of course not. Of course it's not a cheetah, silly. They have solid spots. Look at its coat. Hollow spots, not solid. The stuffed lemur made no reply. Casey cupped her hands around her eyes like binoculars and contemplated her next move. Before she could come up with a plan, the cat suddenly pounced towards a scurrying critter Casey couldn't see. Both predator and prey darted and dashed around the field before both scurried up the nearby tree and out of Casey's view. Casey imagined what it would be like to be that prey, how scared and alone it must be. You know, Momo, it's kind of sad that the prey gets caught alone. She gave a sigh as she stood up with the lemur dangling in her hand. Maybe if it had more friends, then life wouldn't be so scary. Then someone could be like a lookout or backup. She looked down at the lemur and nodded. I know, you're my backup, just like I'm yours. Casey stood in the hot sun, sweat starting to bead on her forehead. Okay, the boss wants us to deliver our package before noon, which is when the sun reaches the highest point in the sky. She tilted her head to watch the sky to read the sun's position, then stealthily snuck a peek at her Hello Kitty watch. Come on, Momo, we don't have much time. She took off down the path, her precious cargo bouncing in the bag on her back, Momo swinging wildly in her grip. Casey and the lemur stopped at the edge of a big field on the edge of the park. Look at this grassland. We must be in the savannah. She looked out over the field, seeing a plethora of animals. Wow, Momo, look at all the elephants and zebras. Maybe we'll see a gazelle. She put Momo down and grabbed her water bottle from the side of her bag. She tilted the bottle over Momo's mouth. She then removed the cap and took a sip, the cool water sliding down her parched throat. No, you can't have more. We have to save it. It's still a long journey. She stared at the yellow button eyes. I know this isn't easy, but someone's got to do it. She screwed the cap back on and slid the bottle back into its sleeve. What do you mean I dragged you into this? Casey chatted with the lemur as she walked along the field, but stopped talking when she heard noise coming from around the fence ahead. She swallowed hard and peered around the corner, careful to be quiet. She saw 4 boys playing with a small animal. Look, Momo, she whispered, poachers. She watched them toss a stick around the small gray animal. They're hunting that poor baby rhino. She watched the small French bulldog jump around between the boys chasing after the stick. Then Casey looked at the face of one of the boys. Oh no, it's our arch nemesis, David the Destroyer. She glared at the boy and then stuck her tongue out. She threw Momo out and then pulled him back in. No, Momo, we can't just go after him. We're outnumbered. She reached around and felt her bag. Besides, this isn't the mission. Casey began walking away when a boy yelled out, Hey, Casey. She gasped and started to run away. He'll ruin our mission. Casey ran along the fence until she found 4 scooters laying around. She grabbed the one she recognized and blasted off down the path, leaving her nemesis calling for her. Casey came to a stop when her heart just couldn't take anymore and her lungs were burning from her dramatic escape. But she forgot all of it when she saw the challenge before her. Look, Momo, a maze of physical tests to keep anyone out of the temple. We will have to be tough. She dropped the scooter at the edge of the park and raced towards her first challenge, the monkey bars. Hold on to me, Momo, She strapped the lemur's arms around her as she jumped up and gripped the hot metal. The hardest part was taking her hand off to reach for the next bar. She tried not to look down as she timed her swinging. Not yet, she thought, straining against her grip. Now! She boldly reached out, grabbed the next one, and secured a solid grip. Swung back a bit, and then launched her other hand onto the same bar. Casey slowly, painfully made her way across the bars, hands burning from refusing to let her fall. When she finally reached the end, she dropped back down and looked back. Whew, that could have been a deadly fall. You should keep holding on to me. I'll get us through the rest. Casey climbed up colorful towers and slid down chutes. She jumped over and ducked under obstacles until she faced a harrowing threat. Okay, Momo, if I can avoid these 4 swinging boulders, it's a clear shot to the temple. Casey stared across the path along the swing set, transforming the 4 kids into hardening rocks. Her eyes followed the swing in front of her. She darted through its path safely, narrowly missing the next one as it swung in front of her. The laughter and chatter around her dissolved into jungle noises of bird calls and insects. She swung and danced in time with the swaying, nimbly jumping across the grooves. Suddenly, a very heavy weight hit her on the back, throwing her and Momo to the ground. The kid scrambled off the swing and raced to Casey, who was sprawled on the ground. Are you okay? I didn't see you. The boy reached a hand down to Casey, who was dazed from the blow as much as the hit of reality. Casey kept her gaze down as she slowly sat up. She nodded shyly to the kid, then suddenly swooped up Momo and ran to the end of the park before the kid could react. Casey held Momo close to her chest as she fought back tears. That was a close one, Momo. We were almost captured. Her mind scrambled for an escape. By that bandit. She looked back to the swing set and saw swaying boulders once more. The bandit stood there watching her. Come on, we better hurry. Casey turned and raced across the bare land leading up to the entrance of the temple. When she got closer, 2 people emerged from the entrance, so she darted into the bushes along the wall to avoid being seen. That was close. There are guards everywhere. We need to watch our backs. She snuck along the wall of the building and the bushes covering the front garden. When she saw the entrance was clear, she came out and faced the 2 large wooden doors. Okay, Momo, here we go. She reached out and half-heartedly pulled on the heavy door. Oh no, there must be a secret code or something. She held the lemur up as she looked around. Good eyes, Momo. She took a few steps across the path and saw a post sitting on the edge of a bush. Wow, look at this insignia. A person sitting on half a circle. She rubbed at her chin. Must be the symbol of the temple's god. She reached out and pushed the button. The doors clicked and slowly swung open. Yay, we did it! Casey raced inside the temple, heart thundering. The smell of old books and dust was a comfort to her. She felt like a warming hug from all her imagined friends and adventures. Casey stalked through the front entrance, cautious to avoid the view of anyone who was murmuring ahead. In order to complete our mission, we have to face the keeper of the temple. Casey squatted down beside a bench and took off her backpack. She carefully removed her precious cargo, zipped up the empty bag, and swung it back over her shoulder. Stay close to me. Casey took a deep breath, stood up, and walked to the front desk. It was as if a cloud had cleared from Casey's mind. Suddenly, she was aware of being in the library. The temple was gone, replaced by rows of wooden bookshelves piled high. People were mulling around or sitting at desks. She became aware of the noise around her, growing louder until it felt overwhelming. Ahead of her was the front desk with the clerk watching her patiently. She could feel her heart pound against her ribs as true fear pinned her to the ground, with the man's clear blue gaze solely on her. Her grip tightened on her stuffed animal, and she tried to swallow with her dry mouth. "Hello there," said the middle-aged man at the desk. "Can I help you with something?" Casey stood frozen to the ground, a whooshing sound filling her ears. The clerk smiled and looked down at her hands. "Are you here to return those books?" he asked nicely. Casey nodded stiffly, feeling every vertebrae move at the forced movement. The clerk kept smiling and reached over the desk to her. Casey stepped towards him very slowly and held out her books. The clerk took them gently and read the titles. "Oh, a very nice read. Tomb Raider is an amazing story, especially for a young girl like you. Let's see, Animals of the Serengeti, another amazing find." He fished around under his desk and pulled out 2 slips of paper while Casey stood there, frozen. Her heart began to hurt at the strain. She gripped Momo tighter to her chest. He stamped both slips before he opened the books and returned the paper sheet to the proper book. "There we go. You are all set, little lady. Would you like to pick out some more books?" Casey's eyes widened as he looked back at her. Her breath quickened as she shook her head quickly and then darted down the hallway, through the heavy door and back out into the parking lot. "That was a close one, Momo. Too bad we couldn't get more books." She hugged her toy to her chest and started walking home. "Yeah, you're right. Maybe next time." She passed the playground with the swings and the jungle gym. She walked by the big field where some kids were playing ball. Finally, past her neighbor's yard where the tabby cat was still grooming itself by the tree. She walked past the scooter she stole and up the steps, but stopped when she heard her parents through the screen door. "Wasn't ready for this," her mom said sternly. "She's too young, too fragile." Her dad's voice was calm as he responded. "She'll be fine. She's probably not back yet because she's hanging out in her own world. You know her." "Yes, I do know her and her worlds. I told you we can't keep letting her read like she does. It only makes things worse. She needs friends and kids in her life." Casey kept her hand on the door handle, listening. Her heart dropped to her stomach. They can't take her books away. They're all she has. "You worry too much. She's just a kid. A kid who doesn't talk, except to that stuffed thing she lugs around everywhere. You shouldn't have let her go off by herself." "So you want her to be grown up enough to socialize, but not walk 3 blocks to the library?" Casey could hear her dad's frustration growing. "I want her to be normal, to be happy." Casey peeked into the house through the screen and saw her dad hugging her mom. His voice was a little muffled as he responded, "What makes you think she isn't?" Before her mom could reply, Casey pulled open the screen door and rushed inside. Both adults turned to her as she entered the room. She gave her parents a huge smile and ran up to them. "Hey there, champ," her dad said as he leaned down for the hug. She rushed at him. "Did you have fun on your secret mission?" Casey kept her arms around him, looked up, and nodded enthusiastically. Just then, barking came from the other room as a small gray French bulldog came bounding up to Casey, followed by her arch nemesis. "Hey, twerp." Casey stuck out her chest and faced David head-on, but he only smiled and scuffed up her hair. "Next time you want to steal my scooter, maybe don't leave it less than a block away from the scene of the crime," David said jokingly as he went into the kitchen. Casey faced her parents again and then rubbed the jumping dog, pretending it was a baby rhino. "So, did you accomplish your secret mission?" her dad asked, sitting down next to her and petting the dog with her. Casey looked at her dad's smiling face, then her mom's look of concern as a thought occurred to her. Reality was really scary sometimes, but, just like in her adventures, as long as you have someone there to back you up, someone who believes in you, maybe everything will work out. A small smile came to her lips and she said, "Yes, we did." What did you think of the story? Soft clapping. Bry's here. Hi, Bry. Welcome on in. Are you guys cozy in your little bed? Reminds me of my social anxiety. Me too. I think that's why I wanted to read it. Because I have a lot of social anxiety. And when I read this one for the first time, it was very sweet. And I was like, no, yeah. Sometimes you just need someone who believes in you. Okay. What were you guys saying about this one? Wait, have you not raced between the swing sets, Oliver? You gotta do it. It's like a rite of passage. You just gotta. Let's see. Was the background music okay for that one? I think the rain is good, but it's dangerous. It's still a rite of passage. I think every time I did that as a kid, I got hurt some way. I mean, of course. You think you can dart between swings and not get hurt? Only the most pro of gamers can do that. You like the rain a lot? Okay. I also have some really soft lo-fi in the background. I'm not sure if you can hear it, but it's okay. I didn't want it to be, like, too loud and possibly distracting. So I put it on really, really quiet. You can hear that too? It's nice? Okay, good. Good, good. Posture check? I guess I am shrimping. Yeah. Thank you, Bri. Oh, I should move my little model down a little bit. You can see my hands. True. Make sure that that posture check is flat in bed. But do you guys like my little book? Oh wait, my glasses. Here, let me take off my glasses. I even have little hands. Dink needs water? I do. That was a very long story. I got pretty thirsty in the middle there. Thank you. But I found this just before stream, and I went through and I put my little my colors on it and stuff. Dink the bookworm. True. True. True, true. Okay. Okay, we're gonna read the next one. No, ba? Yeah, ba's pretty loud. And also, you're supposed to be sleeping. You're supposed to be sleeping. You can't ba in your sleep. Well, I guess some people can, but you probably shouldn't. It'll keep you awake. I know. This is a sleepy stream, though. I wanted to make it like nice and chill. Cause I mean, we could have the toots and some of the other sound alerts on and stuff. But I feel like it might get a little distracting or maybe loud. For the same reason, on this scene, I turned off alerts. And I think I turned off alerts. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I turned off alerts. And for like the follower alert. I think I just quieted it so we don't get like, you know, bass boosted. But bullying Dink is fun. You can bully Dink another day. It's time to sleep, so you can dream of new ways to bully Dink. If you ba, it can be like counting sheep. 1 ba, 2 ba, 3 ba, 4 ba. Isn't there a nursery rhyme like that? No, I'm thinking of red fish, blue fish. 1 ba, 2 ba, red ba, blue ba. Oh wait, no, not blue ba, boo ba. Okay. I can do what I want, fine. They're so good and so bad. True, true. 1 ba, 2 ba, Red Bull, boo ba. Oh my goodness. This is some good water. Ooh, do you guys like ASMR? Question of the day. Before I start this next story, do you guys like ASMR? Question of the day. I like ASMR. I listen to it when I can't sleep, but I listen to a lot of cooking ASMR or like I don't know, like it's odd sounds that I really like. Yes, no. It's not something I listen to a lot of. Never watched much. Yeah. I really only listen to it if I'm having like a hard time sleeping, or if I need to like relax, like if I'm upset or like overwhelmed, sometimes I'll turn it on. But I'm hoping that this isn't like too ASMR-y. Like I know I'm whispering a bit and my mic gain is up, but you know, I'm trying to keep the mouth sounds down. But I hope this isn't too ASMR like. The sound of cutting chocolate is amazing. True, true. Or like mixing or like kneading dough. Oh, so good. Or like stuff boiling. Oh. I love crafting videos, the sounds of paper, painting or paper craft materials. Oh yeah. Sometimes I listen to there's this channel that does what is it? It does like those build boxes or like scenes and stuff, and it's like ASMR, and it's nice. Okay. Doing a little stretch before I start the story. Everyone remember to stretch out. It helps get blood to your extremities. And I always find that when I stretch out in bed, sometimes it's easier to fall asleep. Mixing tart dough is a good sound. True. So true. Or like sometimes cutting fruit is really good too. Yeah. Okay. Dink DMs. I can't click. You guys can hear my clicks like clear as heckin' day. What is this? Fine. This is supposed to be a relaxing stream. You can't keep doing this to me. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna be starting the next story. This one is called The Forest's Heart. It's pretty good. I've read it before as well. It's a nice story, I think. It's got a sweet ending, I think. This is the type of story I would have liked as a kid, I think. I think as a kid, I would have probably made someone read this to me about 10 times. Like a night. Okay. Oh, I should have seen if I had my old storybook. I might have my old storybook downstairs. I don't know if I grabbed it. After this one, I'll take a little break. After this, I'll take a small break and I'll go look for it. See if I can find it, because it's got like nursery rhymes and stuff. So, real bedtime stories. Okay. This one is called The Forest's Heart. She took her first breath in a grove of towering aspen trees, under the shadow of a hummingbird's wing. Her mother was the melody of the mountain stream, and her father was the glitter of sunlight through the coin-shaped leaves. The forest cared for her, swaddled her in wildflowers, and sustained her with birdsong. When she cried, the butterflies kissed her cheeks and dried her tears. She grew strong and fast, but in only a few years she was taller than the saplings that sprouted on the day of her birth. When the nights were cold, she slept beside the fawns, curled up against their spotted backs while their mothers sang lullabies and told stories. On warm spring evenings, she lay in beds of moss and sweet-smelling fallen leaves. She played with the bluebirds who taught her to sing. She raced the coyote pups along the dry stream beds. On rainy days, when the earth smelled of sky, she wandered down to the mountain lake and swam with the river otters. She lived a contented life for many years in the little grove. The woods and the mountainside loved her dearly, knew the sound of her footsteps and the touch of her fingers. Even the most fearsome creatures were tame in her presence. The bears told her where to find the sweetest honey. The chorus of wolves sang her dirges in hollow harmony, hoping to see her smile. Even the mountain lion tipped his regal head in her direction as he stalked in search of prey. She was the forest's very heart. One day, she awoke to strange sounds in the woods. Voices, clumsy and ill-defined, not lofty like birdsong or steady like a doe's murmur. She climbed to the top of an old pine tree, who straightened with joy at her touch. A man and his son rambled through the woods, snapping limbs from sapling trees and trampling larkspur underfoot. The man was tall and thin, and the boy stood at about the girl's height, with a smile cool as riverbed stone. She watched all day from a distance as they cleared a space in the aspen grove to make camp, gathered wood, made a fire, pulled fish from the lake with a stick and string, and roasted them over the flames. When night fell, the forest held a hushed conference about the strangers. The nervous squirrels chattered, the bucks stamped with their hooves, and the owls quieted everyone down to warn them. No one was to go near these trespassers, especially not the girl. The next morning, the girl licked dewdrops from the wild mint leaves and wandered the woods, avoiding the spot where the man and his son lay sleeping. She hummed to herself as she walked and did not notice the boy, who had risen at the sound of her song and followed it. "What's your name?" he asked as he approached. And the forest grew deathly still. The girl did not have a name. She did not know what names were. There was no use for such things in the forest, for the creatures knew one another too intimately for names. "Your name?" he asked again slowly. She shrugged. He frowned. "I'm Liam." "Liam," she replied, letting the word fall from her tongue like overripe berries from a vine. He nodded and stepped towards her, hand outstretched. In his palm rested a hand-carved wooden rabbit, one of the most beautiful and strange things she'd ever seen. Hesitantly, knowing that the disapproving trees were watching, she snatched the rabbit from him and dashed away, vanishing into the woods. The man and his son stayed in the grove one more day. Neither caught a glimpse of the girl in that time, and the man was quite convinced that his son had dreamed her. But Liam knew the truth, and so did the forest. After the trespassers left, the girl clung tightly to the wooden rabbit and whispered her wishes in its ears. The creatures in the forest told her to forget the boy, begged her to join their games. For weeks, she could not bring herself to do either. A year passed, and somewhere in that time, the girl nearly forgot about Liam. She left the wooden rabbit under the old pine tree. She played once more with the otters and sang with the sparrows. The forest was whole again, whole and happy. Then, Liam and his father returned. This time, the girl was bolder and met Liam in the grove while his father fished down at the lake. He didn't look up from the fire when she appeared. He only smiled into the gentle flames. "I knew you were real," he whispered. She smiled back. Liam and his father returned to the woods once every spring. Each year, much to the forest's chagrin, Liam and the girl stole a moment together beneath the shade of the pine branches, nestled in the scent of fallen needles that clung to their skin. They talked and they laughed. The girl came to love speaking in Liam's clumsy language, just as he came to love how well she knew the forest, how deeply she belonged to it. The third year they met, Liam stole a kiss from the girl under the pine tree. The fourth year, the girl stole 2 kisses, and Liam stole a caress of the girl's wildflower skin. One day, after many years of stealing kisses, they stole much more from one another, and lingered in the shade of the pine tree in breathless reverie. Shortly after that day, Liam and his father departed the woods again. The girl fell ill. The forest did not scold, only sighed at the inevitability of it all, and nursed her as best as it could. In time, she grew better and stronger. She grew fuller, too, and felt the terrifying exhilaration of life within her. She bore a child under the shade of the aspen trees, a daughter with wildflower skin and eyes full of wishes. The girl gave her daughter the little wooden rabbit to play with, and when spring came, the 2 of them waited under the pine tree for Liam's return. When he did return, this time without his father, his cool smile did not last long. His countenance grew dark, grew dark at the sight of his daughter, sleeping in a bed of pine needles. He knew that this child, like her mother, was not human, not quite, and that knowledge made him tremble. Liam could not hear the girl's voice over the sound of fear rushing in white rapids within his ears. He raged, more at himself than the girl, but the forest heard and bristled at his fury. The girl did not weep, did not plead as he turned and started back down the mountainside. She simply picked up her daughter and left the shade of the pine tree for the last time with a soft goodbye. The girl could forgive and forget, but the forest could not. Liam did not make it down the mountain. When the girl discovered what the forest had done, she went out in search of Liam's body, thinking she might bury the man she loved under the pine tree where she loved him. She left her daughter beside the fawns in tender care of the aspen grove where she was raised, promising to return. She searched for days. The forest would not tell her where he lay, so she wandered in aimless grief. With gentle chirps, the birds cautioned her to go back to her daughter. The wolves invited her to add her loss to their somber song and allow herself to heal. The mountain lion said nothing, merely nuzzled her hand and pointed her home. Still, she did not stop searching for Liam. The forest wept for her, with her, bitter tears of regret and love. When she found him, lying in a field of larkspur and thistles, with his eyes open to the sun, she stood over him with tears in her eyes. The very heart of the forest lay down beside the man she loved and did not rise. Year after year, and even to this day, all the creatures of the forest gather at the edge of that field in early spring. They bring with them the girl's daughter to show her the wildflowers which bloom over the place where her parents lie. What'd you think? I like that story. Soft clapping. Yeah, it did. It got a little sad, but I think it was a pretty story. I like it. I know. The author did a really good job of painting like an image of the forest. Did a really good job, but it had a big word in it, and I didn't know how. It had a couple big words that I didn't know how to read. But that's okay. We're always learning. Oh, it's almost been an hour. I think countentance. Yeah, what does that mean? Let's learn. Countentance. Look, expression, mental composure. Oh, okay. I know my faults. Sometimes reading out loud is hard for me, so like I'll stumble over words, and also some words that I've never heard before are a little that I'm really bad with sounding out words. So there might be a couple words that I don't know. I don't know if I'll read this next story. I haven't read it before, and I skimmed it, and this one is a bit dark. Yeah, we're not gonna read that one. If you don't know the word, just say ba. Okay. How so? Well, the first line is, my father told me of the great massacre of summer 2020. And I was scrolling through and I saw something tears, something, do you think I'll eat you? Something, distress. Screeches in distress. That one, it seems a little dark. And I haven't read it before, so we're gonna skip that one. Oh no, did I run out of bedtime stories? Is it just those two? Heck. Shoot. Okay, I'm going to take a break. Rest my little voice. I'm going to see if I can find that storybook. Oh, right. Much better. I'm going to see if I can go find my storybook. And I'll be right back. I'll turn up the lo-fi for you guys. Yeah, I'll turn up the lo-fi for you guys. I'll keep it on the screen because I feel like it's relaxing. You guys just close your eyes and try and sleep, okay? Alright, I'll be back. Hello. Dink's back. Hi, everybody. Hi. I see you guys were talking about stories you read as kids. Ooh. Hi. Let's see. Oh, I went downstairs and I looked and I do have my fairy tale book. It's fairy tales and rhymes. But it had one of my favorite stories from when I was a kid in it. And if we get sick of that, I also grabbed a like a book that I could read to you guys. And this could be like a series, like a stream that like we do maybe like once a week or something, where I read to you guys. And we can read like a book together or something. Dink's book club. But yeah. Thanks for waiting for me. Let's see. If I remember right, there's a whole bunch of different Dink Sunday Book Club. That'd be so cute. We're using books as clubs. I think that'd be really cute, actually. Book Club Discord channel. Ooh. I'd love that. Fight for her higher lounge. Okay. If I remember right, there's like a bunch of stories in here, but I haven't read any of these in years. So now I actually have a book. Okay. Let's see. Oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff. There's... I just put on lotion. I can't hold this book. I think I might order the set for the Underground Chronicles just for the nostalgia. Do it. Okay, so we have 3 different parts to this book. We have teddy bear tales, fairy tales, and poems. And so stuff in the teddy bear tales is like the teddy bear's picnic, the lost little bears, the littlest bear, bears everywhere. Oh, the bear who couldn't stay awake. We might read that one. And then in the fairy tales, it's like, you know, normal stuff. Hansel and Gretel, Little Mermaid, Sleeping Beauty, The Emperor's New Clothes. I really liked that one as a kid. I think I'm gonna read that one too, guys. The Ugly Duckling, Rapunzel, The 12 Dancing Princesses, Rumpelstiltskin, whole bunch of stuff. Whole bunch of stuff. Okay, but let's start with some of the teddy bear tales. Are you guys ready? Let's start with, why not just a teddy bear picnic? I really have not read these in a long time. Okay. I'm actually gonna head to sleep now because, for once, because I've actually planned out a day. Good job, people. Good night, and I hope you sleep well. Thanks for sticking with us. Okay. The Teddy Bear's Picnic. Hold on, I gotta get water first. Okay. The Teddy Bear's Picnic. Colonel Augustus Barrington retired here. The time has come to set the record straight about the illustrious event known as the Teddy Bear's Picnic. I was only a young bear at the time, but I remember it so well. Throw another log on the fire, Mungo. My threadbare old ears feel the cold. First of all, you must remember that things were different in those days. Bears were less common then, and only very lucky children lived with a bear of their own. Today, you young bears live in homes that may have 4 or 5 bears. You have company. Fredbear? Children who shared their homes with bears usually spent most of their time in the nursery with a woman called a nanny. She looked after the children while their mother and father were busy, a job a job that any self-respecting bear could do in his sleep. Children had to be seen and not heard in those days, but nannies got very cross indeed if they didn't wash behind their ears. In those days, bears were not able to meet very often. The best chance was in the afternoon, when nannies took their charges to the park. Then children would play with friends from the other big houses, nannies would chat and knit with other nannies, and bears, of course, could have a word with other bears. It was part of the day that every bear looked forward to. I think it was Rufus who put the first idea into our heads. Rufus was a reddish-brown bear from a rather well-to-do home. The little girl he lived with was a lady. Yes, a real lady, whose mother was a duchess. But Rufus was a friendly bear who never put on airs. One day, Rufus told us that the duchess was giving a very special party for very important people. The queen herself would be coming. We know, Gussie. Oh, wait. You know, Gussie, said Rufus. We bears should have a party of our own. We can invite all the most important bears in town. Well, the idea caught on at once. Every bear for miles around heard of the plan, and we soon got a guest list of over 100. But could we find a place big enough for the party? Rufus didn't hesitate for a moment. We'll hold it right here, he said. It was obvious. I was a muttonhead to not have thought of it myself. After that, there was no time to lose. I was in charge, of course. It takes a military mind to organize an event on that scale, and I also came up with the date for the picnic. Luckily, several young bears helped with the preparations. You'd be amazed what can be smuggled along a baby's blankets, and we did not forget cushions for the old bears. At last the great day arrived. It was the day of the Queen's Jubilee. She had been on the throne for 18 years, and her subjects lined the streets to cheer. Meanwhile, dozens of bears padded along the back streets to the park. What an afternoon that was! I met my dear Rosa, but that's another story. What was that you said, Mungo? Yes, someone did see us. I don't know who it was. Yes, there was a song. It was quite popular. Although the facts were quite wrong, of course. We were nowhere near the woods. All make-believe? Just you look here. I've carried this worn photograph in my pocket for over 60 years. Stir up that fire, Mungo. The smoke's getting in my eyes. Whose turn is it next for a story? And that was the teddy bear picnic. Not the Gussie. Y'all. It's bedtime. Do I have to read Go the Fuck to Sleep again? Okay, so I think all the stories in this first part are just about teddy bears. Let me go back and see if there's something. Not much of a bedtime at 7 a.m. Sporkle, have you slept? Sporkle? Did you sleep at all? Honey. You gotta sleep. Honey. Honey. It's okay to sleep. Goodness, which one should we read next? Let's read The Lost Bears, The Little Lost Bears. 28. Alright, everyone, flip to page 28. There it is. I mean, my bedtime is 6 a.m. You can sleep at any time, but sleep is important. We need it to function. Which is why I put you guys in bed, tucked you in just a little bit. Here. Let me tuck you in a little bit more. Ooh. I backed away from you guys, I'm sorry. Here, let me tuck you in a bit more. Maybe that's why you're not sleeping. There you go. "6 a.m. Yeah. I have to get spouse up for work because they work at like 5 a.m. So I just stay up all night. I mean, I'm a night owl anyways. I'm normally up until about 1 to 3 a.m. anyway, because I'm just that much of a night owl. But now I have a reason for it. Okay. Should we read our next story? I'm getting into this now. I actually like reading you guys' stories. This is fun. We should do this more often. Sunday sleep time? Maybe. That's a big feat. My normal bedtime is 3 a.m. Yeah, no, I'm used to it. Story time is great. Yeah. We can have Sunday sleep time or Sleepy Sunday. Oh, Sleepy Sunday. Oh. Oh, I love that. Sleepy Sunday. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, maybe we'll keep Sleepy Sunday. Sleepy Sunday. Okay. We'll keep Sleepy Sunday. Okay. Next story. Wait, if we're going to have Sleepy Sunday, we're going to do this in order. So instead of the Lost Little Bears, we're going to start with A Bear with Bells. We're going to do this in order. Okay. A Bear with Bells. Oh. Okay, so this, okay. So the last story ended with whose turn is it next, and this one is starting like he's responding. So I guess all the teddy bear tales are the bears going around and telling stories. I like it. Okay. Thank you, Colonel. I'm new to your circle, so let me introduce myself. I'm Herman P. Bear from Switzerland. Now, with all respect, I found that today's bears are just as brave and clever as the noble bears of yesterday. My story proves just that. This is a story about a friend of mine, back home along the mountains. I'll call him Fritz. He's a modest bear, and if he ever appears in public again, he would not want the world to know the part he played in the Great Zurich bank robbery. Now Fritz is a jolly bear, but since the day he was sown, he has suffered a great hardship. Around his neck, his toy maker put a collar of tiny bells. I can see you all are horrified. Yes, poor Frizz could not move without jingling. He had to sit still hour after hour for fear of revealing our great secret. Now, Fritz was such an unusual bear that he was brought by a collector. Yes, a grown-up person. Hold on, I can't read. Fritz was such an unusual bear that he was bought up by a collector Yes, a grown-up person who had over 100 very beautiful bears. The grown-up was a rich man who cared more about our value in money than the very fine bears we all are. One day, this gentleman went to America to buy some more bears. While he was gone, he put all his dearest possessions in the bank. That included some of us bears. We were kept in a trunk in a large safety deposit box where a bear only had to move a whisker to set off alarms and sirens. We had been in the bank for 2 long weeks when the great robbery took place. We heard an explosion and felt ourselves being jingled about the trunk, about as the junk was carried out. We couldn't see much through the keyhole. But it was some hours later, in a cold Swiss dawn, that the robbers arrived at their hideaway, a cave tucked away in the side of the mountain. They hid their trunk and set about dividing up all the ill-gotten gains. All went well as they opened the boxes of gold coins and jewels, but when they saw us, they were very angry indeed. I'm afraid that the language of the unpleasant man who looked down at us was quite unrepeatable. My ears turned pink, I can tell you. The stupid man had no idea how we were valuable bears at all. He kicked the trunk so hard it toppled over, and we fell onto the cold floor of the cave, with icicles dripping down on us. My fur has never been the same since. It was almost dark outside, but we heard noises. It was the police. But the cave was well hidden. All the robbers had to do was keep still. As you know, humans cannot hear bear speech, so we were powerless to make it... Wait. I can't read. As you know, humans cannot hear bear speech, so we were powerless to make a noise. But Fritz was a very brave bear. He jumped to his feet and began to jingle and jangle as hard as he could. In the silence, it seemed to be an enormous noise. The most vicious looking of the robbers leaped forward towards Fritz with a terrible cry. Just then, a powerful flashlight lit the dramatic scene. Well, the rest is history. The robbers were caught, and the loot was recovered, and we bears were taken into custody as evidence. Eventually, we were sold to new owners, all over the world. And Fritz? Well, I cannot be sure. He fell behind a boulder and was not discovered with the rest of us. There are some stories of strange jingling sounds to be heard in the mountains. I hope that Fritz is happy, living the life of a free and furry bear. If you should ever find yourselves in the danger of the Alps, dear friends, I like to think that a very old friend of mine would come to your aid. And that was our story. Bear Literary Universe, true. Thank you for the follow, Rick from Pawn Stars. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. We're having a story time. We're having a late bedtime stream. But thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the Dink Zone. You can cuddle up in bed over there, and I hope you enjoy your time here. We're usually not this soft and cozy. Well, we're normally pretty cozy, but we're also degenerates. True. Do you guys like the Bear Literary Universe? The Gussie-verse, if you will. The Teddacy universe. Teddyverse? Yeah. Teddy Talks. Teddy Talks. Yeah. I think if we keep on Sleepy Sunday, I'm gonna actually have to buy some more storybooks. But are you guys feeling relaxed? Is the rain too loud? We're normally degenerates, but not right now. Also Dink to Dissy. I'm used to a sort of chaotic coziness in most Dink streams. We do have a chaotic coziness. It's all quite nice. Okay. Do you guys like rain sounds with thunder or without thunder? Because I was looking through before we started and I was trying to find like a good rain sound thing. And well, some of the thunder got pretty loud. So I was a little worried about what to choose. You like thunder? Yeah, I thought I'd just choose soft rain, because I get so cozy when it comes to just rain, soft rain like this. Oh yeah, the wind can be really scary. We keep having windstorms here, but just know that they'll pass. They'll pass. As long as you're safe, you'll be okay. Have you guys ever... Ooh. So I used to watch these videos. They're kind of ASMR. But it's like of a car. Like you're in a car as it's driving and it's like raining. Could I find a video of that? We could listen to that. God, car noises, they put me to sleep so fast. Like, I used to listen to that like all the time. All the time. Shh. Double rain. Ooh, ooh. Shh, shh, shh. Here we go. There we go. Is that too loud? Ooh. The rain's really rough in this one. Is there a gentler one? Shh. This one? Hold on. Ooh. Oh no, this is a good one. This is the good noise. Nice, nice. Is this too loud? Or is this like good enough? Because I can always turn it. I can always turn it down. Oh goodness, this is already so calming. Good levels? Hell yeah. Okay, okay. We start the next story. This one is called The Sad Story of the little lost bears. The story of Fritz has made me think of an important subject. I'm speaking, of course, of lost bears. I've never forgotten what my mother told me. Belinda Bear, always stay close to your owner, especially on trains, for there are many bears today sitting in lost property offices. Well, when I was a little bear, I did not always listen to my mother as well as I should. My friend Bessie and I got into all kinds of trouble. We spent more time in the bathtub than any bear would wish, having jelly or paint or honey washed out of our fur. But although we were often in disgrace, we were careful to not We were always careful to not get lost. The idea of the lost property office was too horrible. We made sure that the little girl who looked after us never left us behind. One day, Maisie, that was the little girl's name, went to visit her grandmother, and she went by train. "Let's hold pause," said Bessie. "Then, if we get lost, we'll be together." So Bessie and I went with Maisie on the train, and I can tell you that trains are not safe places for bears. First, a lady squashed my ear with her shopping bag. Then another lady with a little dog sat down nearby. The dog seized hold of Bessie's leg and tried to pull her under the seat. Of course, we expect humans to be silly. They don't have a bear's sharp brain, but it was the train itself that caused our biggest problem. With every jiggle and jounce, it jolted us nearer to the edge of the seat. It was sure to happen. As the train rumbled around a corner, we stumbled onto the floor and rolled under the table. "We'll be left behind," I moaned. "It's the lost property office for us." But Bessie had one of her good ideas, and I listened carefully. "If we climb inside Maisie's bag," she said, "we can't be left behind." It did seem to be a good idea. We climbed into the bag and fell fast asleep at once. It was dark when we woke up. We could tell we were no longer on the train. "We must be in Maisie's grandmother's house," Bessie whispered. We soon heard footsteps. The bag opened and a face looked down at us. It was the first lady from the train. I didn't know which of us looked more surprised. "Look," she called to her husband. "Those bears belong to the little girl on the train. What can I do with them?" It was then we heard the words we had been dreading. "Take them to the lost property office," said the man. "We'll have to escape," said Bessie. "Is that one of your good ideas?" I asked, but I knew that Bessie was right. Late that night, we crawled out of a downstairs window and set off for home. When the morning came, we were deep in the forest. Paw in paw, we wandered through the trees. Day after day, we walked on sore paws. We ate berries and slept along the mossy roots of the trees. Once a bad bird tried to peck out our fur to line its nest. Once I fell into a hole in a tree and only just managed to climb out. At night, we often cried ourselves to sleep. One night, we were found by a family taking a walk. The little girl brought me here to join you. I can't read. The little girl brought me here to join you all and gave Bessie to her cousin. From that day to this, I've never seen Bessie or Maisie, and my furry face is often wet with tears. If there were human children listening to me now, I would tell them to cuddle their bears and keep them safe. I hope Maisie has found a new bear to make her happy. End of the sad story of the little lost bears. You moaned, I guess. I guess I did. News to me. You guys, the next one. The scary story of the ghostly bear. The scary story of the ghostly bear. Okay, no hotkeys. I understand. There we go. Little bears, the story I'm about to tell you is very, very scary. If you get frightened, you must put your paws over your ears and cuddle up to a grown-up bear. My auntie told me this story when I was a very little bear. Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there was a huge castle. The castle stood empty for many years, but one day there was great excitement in the nearby village. The owner of the castle was coming to visit. Now, no one had ever seen this mysterious owner, so there was a lot of talk about who it might be. I heard it was a countess, said the baker. A witch put a curse on her. Now she wears a veil to hide her ugly face. No, replied the blacksmith. The owner is a witch. She travels at night and has a black cat. Nonsense, said the school teacher, waving her stick. It is simply an old lady who cannot move around very well. Every day, the children in the village look out for the most important Every day, the children in the village looked out for the important visitor, but nobody came. Then, one morning, a little girl called Lucy noticed smoke rising above the highest tower in the castle. She must have come in the night, she cried. She must be a witch after all. When they heard this, the villagers were very worried. We must take her a big present, they said, so she does not get angry with us. So a collection was made and a beautiful chest was bought. Now, said the baker, who will give the present to the witch? I can't go with my weak heart in that path to climb. Nor can I, said the teacher, with my bad leg. Only one voice spoke. I'll go, said Lucy. I'd like to see what she looks like. But, said the blacksmith, won't you be frightened? Oh, no, replied Lucy. My teddy bear will keep me safe. So Lucy set off for the castle. It was a long climb, but at last she stood before the great doors and knocked. As she stood there, all by herself, Lucy began to feel just a little bit frightened. But she clutched her old bear and started to sing to keep her spirits up. With a horrible creaking noise, the doors of the castle slowly opened, all by themselves. Lucy walked straight in. She found herself in a great dark hall. At the far end of the room, a figure in a dark cloak was crouched on a chair as large as a throne. It wore a hood, so Lucy could not see its face, but a long, bony finger beckoned her. When the little girl was standing in front of the figure at last, she tried to speak up bravely. Please, Your Highness, or Your Witchness, we wanted to welcome you to the castle and give you this present. A horrible cackle came from the dark-robed figure. A chest? I've got hundreds of them, it croaked. But I can see that you do have something that I want. Give me that teddy bear, and I'll let you go home safely. No, cried Lucy, hugging her teddy bear. You can't have him. Really? then I shall have to lock you up until you agree. Lucy was dragged into a room with an enormous 4-poster bed, and the door was locked behind her. At dusk, the dark figure brought her some food and a single candle. Go to bed, it said. Lucy climbed into bed. She felt very frightened, but somehow she managed to go to sleep. At midnight, she was awoken by the clock striking by her bed. Dong, dong. She woke to find a large white bear standing by her bed. He seemed to be shimmering with a strange light. What do you want? She asked. The strange bear said nothing, but it held out its paws towards Lucy's little bear, beside her in the bed. No, Lucy cried. He's mine. Then she saw an odd thing. The shining bear was crying. He looked so very sad that Lucy could not bear it. All right, she said quietly. Here's my own special bear to cheer you up. With a sigh, holding the little bear gently in his arms, the white bear melted through the door. Lucy shut her eyes and rubbed them. When she opened them, she was back in her own room at home, tucked up in her own little bed. Only her teddy bear was missing. The next morning, the whole village gathered in amazement at the foot of the hill. Overnight, the gloomy castle had changed in an extraordinary way. The windows sparkled, there were flags flying from the turrets, and doves fluttered around the battlements. It must have been bewitched after all, gasped the villagers. Our gift has broken the spell. Lucy thought about the chest hidden under her bed. Someone was unhappy, she thought, and now they are not. That is what bears are for. I believe she was right, my friends. The mystery was never solved. It was said that the countess who lived in the castle had suffered an unhappy childhood. Perhaps Lucy gave back what she had lost. End of story. Was that too spooky? Since when is kidnapping a child easier than forcibly taking a teddy bear from them? Well, you never know how spells work. Sometimes they have to be given willingly. Oh, now I'm getting tired because of these rain noises. Let's see, how many more teddy bear? How many more teddy bear stories do we have? Oh, quite a few, actually. Nice. We have about 50 more pages. I think I'm gonna read maybe 3 more. Maybe. How many? Let me look at the table of contents again. Ooh. Oh yeah. We have a Discord where normally our chaotic coziness is kept. But if you'd like to share pictures of your stuffies or your plushies or your teddy bears, anything, they can go right into the share your pictures channel. Okay. I think I'm gonna read two more stories, and then I think I'll call it before before I get too sleepy. I think it's the rain noises. I wasn't very sleepy until I turned these on. It's very effective. But if you guys like, I can keep the stream going and we can just listen to rain noises and chat. But I might steal your bed. Maybe. I'll think about it. Okay. Oh, sorry. The funny story of the bear who was bare. My dears, after that scary tale, I have one that is not in the least bit frightening. Uncle Bill Bear here has a much sillier tale to tell you. It is about a bear, a bear wearing nothing at all, not even his fur. Once there was a bear called Edwin Dalrymple Devereux Yeldon III. He said that his friends could call him Eddie, but as a matter of fact, this bear did not have many friends. And that was because he thought he was a better bear than the others, with his long name and fancy fur. When the bears played leap bear or hide and seek in the nursery, Eddie always refused to play. Those are very rough games, he complained, and I might get my paws dirty. Games are too silly for superior bears like myself. After a while, all the other bears were sick of Edwin and his airs and graces. Some young bears tried to think of ways of teaching Eddie a lesson, but they did not need to. Edwin Dalrymple Devereux Yeldon III brought about his own downfall. One day, Eddie was boasting about all the famous bears he knew. Some of the other bears wondered out loud if his tales were really true, which made Eddie furious. "You'll see," he said. "I'll write a letter to my friend Prince Berhovsky. He's sure to write back at once, and then you'll see." But as Eddie carried a huge bottle of ink across the room, his furry feet tripped on the edge of the rug. Down fell Teddy Eddie. Up flew the bottle of ink. Splat! The bottle hit the floor, and the ink flew everywhere. There was ink on Eddie's nose and ink on his ears and paws. Teddy Eddie sulked for the rest of the day, but worse was to follow. Next morning, the little girl who lived there saw what happened to her most beautiful bear. She decided that Eddie needed a bath. The other bears peeked around the bathroom door and watched the proceedings. There were bubbles everywhere. Only the tip of Eddie's nose could be seen. The watching bears giggled. Back in the nursery, the bears waited for Eddie to reappear, but Eddie did not return. The next day, there was no sign of him. At last, the bears went along to the bathroom to see what had happened. Teddy Eddie was not in the bathtub. The bears were just about to leave when they noticed that the cupboard was open. Inside sat Edwin Dalrymple Devereux Yeldon III, wrapped from ears to paws in a large towel. "Come on, Eddie," cried the other bears. "You must be dry by now, surely." "No," said Eddie. I can't." Oh, come on, laughed the bears, and they tugged at the towel. Eddie tried to hold on to it, but it was no use. As the towel slipped away, every bear could see Edwin Dalrymple Devereaux Yeldon III was Bear. When the little girl washed away the ink, Eddie's fur was washed away too. Poor Eddie. He couldn't hide anymore. The old, proud Edwin Dalrymple Devereaux Yeldon III was gone. He was a very different bear remained. For a few days, the other bears smiled to themselves about what had happened, but after a while, they began to feel rather sorry for Eddie. "I think we should help him," said one old bear. "He must be cold without his fur." "Why don't we make him some clothes?" said another bear. Over the next few days, the bears had great fun. They used up all the old scraps of material they could find and made some very grand clothes. When they saw him, Eddie was overwhelmed by the bears' kindness. "Thank you, my friends," he said. As he put on the clothes, "I will try to be a nice bear now. In following all that is good and kind and bear-like, I will be absolutely fearless. Or perhaps I should say, absolutely furless." End story. A furless bear, oh no. You definitely need clothes if you're hairless. Yeah, that was a nice one, don't you think? Okay, I think I'm gonna read you guys one more story, okay? And then it's bedtime. I'll tuck you in and we can listen to the rain sounds and the lo-fi just for a little bit. But this is the last story and then you really gotta go to bed, okay? Oliver, I see you schmoovin'. It's time to go to bed. You can't be schmoovin' in bed. You're a little wiggle worm. You're gonna wiggle up against some of the other people who are sleeping. Don't want to wake them up. Normally I like long streams, but I think this one would be a nice little short stream. Read you guys some stories and put you to bed. Okay. Last one. Oh, it's a short story. Oh, it's a very short story. Maybe we'll do one more after this one. It's 2 pages. Okay. The short story of the littlest bear. Haha, I enjoyed that story, but mine is stranger still, and much shorter. It is true that bears can change in many ways, but they cannot usually change their size. Anyway, my story is about a bear who was very, very small indeed. So small, in fact, that it was difficult to see him without a magnifying glass. One day, he came to this house, as we all did, and joined our little family. What? No, there isn't any more of this story. I told you that it was short. The bear was so small that he disappeared on the day he came here and has never been seen since. I imagine he is here with us now. Why don't you all take a look around? I think I remember reading this story as a kid, and in this book there's little illustrations on all the pages. And there's one at the end of this story, and I think I remember looking for like a really, really long time trying to find the little bear. I can't remember if I ever found him or not. I think I did, but I wouldn't be able to tell you where he was again. I know I want to be a teeny tiny bear in a big old house. Oh, that would make bed so much comfier. Can you imagine being a teeny tiny little bear in a big, big bed? No matter how much you rolled around, the mattress wouldn't end and you'd be under the blankets. Or you could be on top of the really, really soft pillow that would never be too flat because you were so teeny. Oh, that'd be fun. I bet that little bear is just like wandering around everywhere doing whatever he wants because he's a teeny tiny bear. Okay. Now this is the last one before I send you guys to bed, okay? The unusual story of the real teddy bear. Ben Bear here. My story is about something that happened to me a few years ago when I met a real teddy bear. Yes, I know that we are all real teddy bears. What I mean is that this was a real live bear, the kind with sharp claws and huge teeth. Here's what happened. My owner at the time was a little boy who was very fond of food. Wherever we went, he always made sure that he had a bag of goodies with him. Joseph, that was his name, felt happier if he had some provisions with him. When he went camping with his friends, Joseph took extra supplies. One year, we went deep into the woods. The boys put up their tents and went off to explore. Joseph left me in his tent. He looked at me very seriously and said, "Now, Ben, your job is to stay here and guard the food." And I was a young bear who took his job very seriously in those days. The boys were gone for a long time. I believe I dozed off for a while, because the next thing I knew, I was wide awake and listening to a very different sound. It was a snorting, sniffling, crunching, munching sort of noise. I wasn't frightened, of course, but I did wish to know what had just made. I did wish I knew what was stomping and chomping outside Joseph's tent. The sound got louder and louder. Then I heard the sound of the tent flap being unzipped. A brown, furry face peered in. It was a bear, a real bear. For a long, long moment, I looked at the bear, and the bear looked at me. And then he opened his mouth and said, "Hello, anything to eat in here?" Well, you could have knocked me down with a feather. He was speaking bear language. Of course, but I found it was not very different from teddy bear language. Just in time, I remembered my duty. "No," I said firmly. "No food in here at all." But the bear was sniffing the air. "Really?" he said. "I'm pretty sure I can smell sausages and beans and chocolate cake." I thought quickly. There were sausages and beans and chocolate cakes, but the boys have eaten them. "Any leftovers?" asked the bear. "Any crumbs at all?" "None at all," I replied. The bear nodded his head. "Ho hum," he said. "It's my birthday, you know. I just thought I'd find a birthday treat around here. Well, nice meeting you," he said as he ambled away into the forest. I'm sure I could hear his furry tummy rumbling. The next morning, as we planned, we packed up our things and set off for home. "Now, have we got everything?" asked Joseph. "Let's go." By this stage, of course, I was well hidden in Joseph's backpack, so all the other boys could not see me. Otherwise, I might have mentioned to him that the special emergency bag supplies had fallen behind the stump of a tree, helped along just a bit by a nudge from my elbow. Joseph was a little upset when he found out that his goodies were gone, but it was far too late to go back into the dark forest to find them. As I sat on Joseph's pillow that night, I looked up at the big yellow moon peeking in at the window. I imagined the friendly bear sitting down in the moonlight to enjoy a special snack. Happy birthday, bear, I whispered. Happy birthday. Okay. That was the last story, you guys. I just checked, you can get an Alaskan king bed, which is 9 by 9 feet. Yeah, I knew about that. Because there's like a king size bed, and then there's a California king, which is a little bit better, or bigger, I should say. And then I think there's a Texan bed, and then the Texan king bed, and then the Alaskan king bed. Yeah, I feel like there's one that's bigger than the Alaskan king, but I can't remember. Thank you for the stories. Well, thank you guys for listening. I really appreciate it. Here, let me put my book away. You have a very nice voice. Thank you. Thank you. People have started telling me that, and maybe I'll start believing them. Big stretch. This has been so nice. Yeah. Look, I gave you guys 2 hours of stories. It's time for bed. Time to get you nice and sleepy. Make sure that you guys drink some water. And make sure that you brush your teeth. And put on your favorite jammies, your favorite comfy clothes, or some people don't like to sleep with jammies. Get into your sleepwear and cuddle deep in bed, just for Dinkus. You need to read Go the Fuck to Sleep again. Would that wake you guys up? Would that ruin the cozy vibe? Or should I read Go the Fuck to Sleep? You could do audiobooks. I don't know about audiobooks, but maybe. But what I am going to do is I'm gonna flip to, I don't want to flip to another screen, but I don't want to see, okay. I'm gonna go, okay. We're going to have a sleepy time. We're gonna have a little sleepy time. I'll leave the stream on for a while so we can listen to the rain noises and a little bit more of this lo-fi, just in case you guys got sleepy and you want to get on mobile and hop in bed. You can still listen to the cozy stuff there. Yeah, I'll keep it on for a bit. But if you just want to kind of stay and chill, I'll be in chat, but I have things to start doing. So I gotta start doing them. But thank you guys for coming to the Dink stream. Yeah, you go the fuck to sleep now. I'm glad. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Tomorrow is our next stream. It'll be a bit earlier than usual. It'll be at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. Right here, I'll be playing Mario Party Superstars with Cup, Games, and Peepo. I'll be streaming my point of view, so you can come here at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'll also post a notification in the Discord when we go live, or a little bit before we go live, and then when we go live. Also, I have a Twitter. If you'd like to follow me for Twitter things, I will also post updates on there. And if you really, really enjoyed your time and you want to see more Dink VODs and stuff, I also have a YouTube where I post all my past VODs and clips. I really gotta get on to editing more. I do. But yeah, you can go check those out. But for now, I think that's just about it. I'm going to shoop down here, and I hope you guys have a wonderful night. I'll be in chat for a little bit. I think I'll keep the stream on for maybe another 30 minutes, just to hopefully help you guys sleep. In the transition to bedtime. But yes, I'll be in chat. So if you want to chat, just speak. Okay. Good night, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Rest well.